Hello. Let's see, pop into the streaming channel. There we go. Where did that? There we go. Okay, so we're gonna get some stuff rolling here and try to get this pouch finished today. That is the goal. Let's see. Let's see if this is gonna work with me. Okay. Looking all right. Get some lights on here. Okay. So first, I'm gonna go ahead and wet this letter down so it can start drying out a little bit. While we go, and I have a I've already worked on the can you all hear me? Am I audible on the stream? I've already started working on the back flap, or the front piece for the pouch. This is just going to be tooling this today and working on getting this done. So the order of so the process that we're going to go through today. So we're going to complete the tooling on this. We're going to dye this piece. We're going to put a finish on this piece. We're going to let me change something real quick. Okay, that should be a little better. Okay. So, as I was saying, we're going to dye this piece and there we go. That's probably good. So we're going to dye this. We're going to apply a finish to it. We're going to paint these. I have the front flap, or the front of the pouch, that's on the dye station right now. So we're going to put a finish on that while we're waiting for this to dry. And then we'll tool these, and once we get the tooling done on these, we'll take this over to the station, dye it, then bring the other piece over, and we'll paint that piece with some bone paint, and then we'll probably at some point I need to do the edges on these things too, so be working on that as well. And then once we get everything dyed and finished, we'll start putting it together. Hopefully we'll have time to get all that stuff done today. All right, let me jump over here real quick. That's going to dry a bit. Okay, so this is the piece that is already kind of moving towards dye. What we want to do is just knock the powder off this top here so it looks a little bit better. You can see kind of see the difference between if I can get it into a good vantage point. Right. So there's the line, right? This has been polished. This has not been polished, right? So, and it's just taken a little bit of powder off of the surface here that kind of set up once the dye had dried, and you won't be able to get to this. I'm using the Thievings Black Pro Dye, so not too much is going to come off here. I like the Pro Dye because it doesn't do too much bleeding with this dye anyway. Okay. So that looks all right. This is feeling a little bit stiff, so I might go ahead and put some neat's foot oil on this before I put a finish on it, just to give it a little bit of flexibility back. So we'll go ahead and do that. Okay, so the neat's foot oil is on there. We're going to probably go ahead and get started with the tooling on this, because we want to make sure that we get the tooling done. But once we get one of these done, probably go ahead at that point and see if the neat's foot oil has had a little bit of time to sink in, and then we'll get things going on. I guess I forgot to turn on some music. Let's get something interesting here. There's some nice music. So we'll go ahead and what I'm going to do on these music too long. What I'm going to do on this is I'm going to tool these. So what I want to do is I want to look at how the feathers are lining up and try to approach it from like this one is on the top and then all the others kind of layer underneath, right? So to make that look right, I'm going to tool around the outside, and then the top part of this feather is going to get pushed down, right? So then there'll be like a kind of a funky little transition that's going on here, right? So the top of this, let me see if I can point this out a little bit better. So this feather is going to get tooled this way, right? The bevel's going to come this way, right? All the way around, and then across here as well, right? And then I'm going to bring this and switch it, so we're going to go around like that, each one, right? Out and around. Hope that makes sense. It should give us a nice layering effect, so that it looks like the top feather is the top feather, and then all the other feathers kind of follow underneath, and then we'll do the same thing with the under ones there. So let's start with this. My headlamp. Hopefully it's not washing out too bad. And using the I forget what the number is on this. Is it B935? I think that's the B935. I think is the number on this, but I can't read that. Anyway, it's the smooth small beveler from Tandy. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, it's tooling is it's a lot of fun, but it can be nerve-wracking. So just take your time with it and try to think about what you're going to do first and kind of how you want the piece to look. And what is your strategy before you start tooling? That way you're not making mistakes like I have done in the past. You're midway into tooling something and you're all of a sudden realizing, oh no, I didn't mean to bevel that way. kind of frustrating sometimes to, especially before you really start doing a lot of tooling. It can be really frustrating to figure out what's on top and what's, did the artist intend for it to be this way? It doesn't really matter. What matters is, does it look okay to you? And so you want to, sometimes just getting started is what you need to do, and then you can always go back and like try to fix things later on. You know, I've done pieces where when I was starting, where I would bevel one direction, and then I would realize, oh no, that's not right, and then I would have to try to bevel the other direction, and it, you know, learning how to try to correct some of those mistakes, just helped me a lot. Some of them you can fix, and some of them you can't. Sometimes you just have to start over. But that's okay too. Just gives you more experience. So with this particular design, you know, I wasn't too certain, and I know the guy that made this design, but I wasn't too certain which way the beveling was supposed to go on these feathers, so I just decided what I'm going to do. It could go either way, but this is the way I wanted to go. So. Yeah, that's what I would do. Sometimes just watching someone else do it while you do it is really helpful. That's what I used to do, is turn on videos of various people working on something similar to what I was trying to do, and then I would watch, listen, and I hear some of the explanations that they were giving for what they were doing and why they were doing it, and then consider that as I worked on my own piece. Life is kind of like that, right? Every little win that you get is just another piece of evidence that, hey, I can actually do this. So let those little feathers pile up, and all of a sudden you got a nice set of feathers in your cap. So there's those. And we'll start on the inner ones. And kind of do the same. It's kind of therapeutic and relaxing to do this. Find yourself just kind of getting lost in the tooling that you're doing. Kind of enjoy it. Faster than I thought it would. Of course, I say that now because I'm just on the feathers. Who knows how long the rest of this stuff is going to take. Okay. Getting closer. Try to do some streams this week in the morning. See how things go. Might stream for a few hours each morning this week and just see. So I've got several projects going on right now. We'll just see what we can show off. Alright, so there's the, I can get them centered there. The one that's not done, the one that I just did. So it's looking alright. Some nice bevels. Let's see if we can get the rest of this board done. Alright, so I want this portion. I know that this leg is in front, this leg is behind. So what I'm probably going to do, since this kind of, I'm thinking that this might be more of a round look here. So what I might do, I guess I could bevel this way. So I'll bevel these two down that way and this one down that way. Bevel either side of that. And then, let's just do that and then we'll work on the next piece. So we're working down here. Hey, what's up, Trust? How's it going, sir? Try to get an additional camera this week so that I can have a dedicated camera for the cutting table, and that way people can actually see what I'm doing over there. I'll try to figure out something for my microphone. I might use my mic on my headphones. It's not as good as the, obviously it's not as good as this microphone. Alright, so now I'm going to take these Hey, Zeshma. How's it going? Yeah, I think I'm gonna go. I think I'm gonna go like this. On this. Yep, not a griffin. These are the ravens. I am in the Discord chat too if you want to chat about it. I'll do it this way.
Hello, Dad.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm just getting ready to fly back to the Finland tomorrow.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Dad's having a bit of a medical moment as well, just to top it up.
Oh, nice.
So how are you doing? How's this going along for you?
It's going fine so far. Can't complain. If I did, nobody would care.
I would this week anyway. All right.
I've got the front of the pouch already dyed. I put some Neat's foot oil on it because it was quite stiff, and just giving that a little bit of time to work in while I get some tooling done here on this top flap.
You like to last minute these competitions, don't you?
Well, sometimes. Depends on what it is, you know. Sometimes I'm just kind of on the fence about whether I'm going to do it or not.
Well, I'd have liked to have done it, but I couldn't guarantee if he delayed it 2 days, do you know what I mean? Whether I could have had the time to cut it, make it, and do it the way I wanted to do it.
Yeah.
Because I'd have used inlays on the where you've got your motifs, the ravens or the crows. I would have done like a couple of inlays to make it. It'll be that fake croc, but it'd look a bit like dragon scale or something.
Yeah. That would have been cool.
I'm still going to make it. I've decided, but I'm just going to take my time about it and decide on the colours and the leather I want to use and all the other stuff, because I've got a suitcase full of leather going back to Finland again.
Nice. All right. So now we've got the feathers done. We're going to go ahead and start working on the rest of the wing here, and then we'll get to work on the body. So I'm going to go with starting here at the top of the wing, just working my way down.
Will you switch your beveling tool out for a smaller one for the curvy bits, or will you stick with this one?
No, I'll just use this one for pretty much everything.
I'm disappointed. I should have gone back to the leather shop today. I'm disappointed there's actually room left in the suitcase.
How dare you?
Well, I haven't got any local leather shops where I can go in and feel, touch and whatever, do you know what I mean, and see what's available and what's split to what size. And
Mm-hmm. All right, let's see if we can get this done.
and they don't advertise the seconds on the old internet. So I've got a whole load of wallet linings or pockets, so cheap. They're like a small lamb sized, and it was like £1 each, and I've got about 11 or 12 of them.
Wow. That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm sure my wife will use a different word to autumn when she sees what's inside my suitcase when I get back.
Something rather less cordial, I
Something along the lines of, "You've already got enough leather now. The next time you go to England, don't bring any unless you make a lot of stuff." So I'm going to be like, "Well, okay." I've been keeping an eye on the weather in Finland. It's -8 in the daytime
imagine.
and dropping at night. And in the UK, they're due there a little snowfall, and they've got the whole country on panic.
Well, yeah, we're supposed to have quite a lot of snow for this area tomorrow, which is, 5 to 8 inches.
That's what I call a good. That's a good healthy snow. It's not.
It's about 5 to 8 inches more than we actually get most of the time. All right, so
Sorry, my internet, because we've got getting cold weather, maybe icing. The internet's now playing up. I'm having passed out and fallen asleep. All right.
no worries. Good plan, Zeshma.
Will you be doing any lifts on the scrolls or anything?
No, probably not. I'm just gonna try to get this. Just want to get this done. Probably just as basic as possible. So here's. This is an interesting section right here, I think, because this needs to be beveled down, that line right there. But this also needs to be beveled down, and this is a curlicue here, right? So I got to come around this, bevel down there, and then bevel this down, and then bevel this down without hitting that little round piece there and squishing that down. Well, we'll see if we can do that.
I got you. Sorry, I have to deal with the internet lag between YouTube and the Discord live.
Yeah, I wish that I could have less of a delay.
Maybe get your daughter to set everything up, eh?
Yeah, that's what I need. She apparently knows how to do it also.
Maybe she should be advertising on her channel for your to get you more viewers.
Yeah. Yeah, I think she's got like 300 viewers or 300 subscribers already. I'm like, you're 9.
It's knowing what kids are interested in, and that kids do, you know, and so kids are looking up what kids are looking up, and then they're going to follow the people that are interested in the same thing as them.
Yeah.
Those darn kids.
All right, let's see. I'm going to start with this back foot. Because I tend to like to work from the back to the front on some of these things, which is, it goes against like the prescriptions that a lot of leather workers give. They say to work from the front to the back, but I like to work from the back to the front on some things, because it just looks better to me.
I was watching an old timer on YouTube, and I mean, he's been doing it 40 or 50 years, and what he came up with was one nice comment was something about, you know, about not copying other people, do what feels right to you. He said because he learned how to hold like a beveler at the age of 9, and he didn't have a really tight grip on the tool, so he's never really had a tight grip on a beveler. So he hasn't had some of the beveling problems us people have when we start beginning tooling, let's say.
Yeah.
And he was even covering bits like what you're talking about with them tight turns, or where two parts are coming down, and then maybe, and then he then.
Lost you again. Yeah, trust. Alright, so here's the crazy part. Let's see if I can show you what I'm doing here. So I'm gonna just slot in to this line here and gently work my way down. Cool.
What's up, Dad?
Hey, how's it going, man?
I sent you a text, but you're tooling away and not really looking up.
Yeah.
So quickly went and put it on my TV and dropped the volume off and went on Discord.
Nice. Yeah, I'm trying to get this. So I get this Raven done, and then I'll get this Raven done. But in between these two, I've got the front of the pouch that's already been dyed. It's really stiff, so I put some neat's foot oil on it. Just trying to let that soak in a little bit before I go over there and apply a finish to it. I'm going to use the acrylic matte finish because I really like that one. And then once I finish that bird, then I will paint the curlicue designs on there on the other piece, while this one is dyed and finished. And then we'll paint these birds.
Yeah, the one I did, it was a. I didn't know because there was no artwork with it, so I was just like, I just started building it and let it kind of build itself, and it's like, hey, I've got a copper sheet. I wonder, hey, it's just big enough I can use it on the front flap, and got the copper sheet all shaped out and riveted in. It's like, you know what'd be really cool is to actually make a copper strap and make it more like a purse instead of a bag. So I went and weaved out the copper chainmail, and as soon as I got it together, it was just like, yep, it kind of told me what it wanted to be.
Mm-hmm. It's funny how that happens sometimes.
Yeah, and I love the bag. I think the bag is cool as hell. I to the point where I don't want to make another one because I don't know if I could top what I did.
Yeah, that was a really cool. That was a really cool bag you made.
Yeah, the hard question is, do I give it to my wife or do I give it to my daughter? Because my daughter's got a belly dancer type outfit that has a copper headdress with a dragon, and then like the coin skirt type thing, which is all copper. So it would actually just go with it perfectly well.
Nice. I think you've got your answer.
Because the tail of the dragon is the same weave as what that strap is.
Nice.
And then I've got a stainless steel dragon head, but the rest of the body and the wings are all copper. Right now I'm downstairs in the dungeon. My son's working on a leather mask, the apocalypse mask that Magnus did up, which he is altering tremendously. He went and cast basically boar tusks out of aluminum and is trying to shape them and everything and have them
mounted to the sides.
Yeah, mounted to the sides of the apocalypse mask. And then my daughter's helping me paint something I'm making for my father. It's an oversized coffee coaster type thing. But it's like going to be 3 layers because the top layer is filigreed. There's holes cut out. There's a little bit of tooling on the top. There's stamping on the middle one. And the bottom one is literally just going to prevent the burrs from the rivets actually scratching his table, so it's kind of a cushion. That's it.
That's awesome. Being looking
It's a
forward
late
to some
Christmas.
pictures of that.
Oh, I'm gathering pictures. I'll post them all together. The whole construction of it. It's a late Christmas present because I was making one for my uncle,
Mm-hmm.
and I had to make a chainmail cross for Christmas as well. So, if you think leatherworking takes a long time, chainmail is longer.
I don't doubt it. I was looking at there was a laser video a couple of days ago that I was watching where this guy was laser printing, 3D printing the links for like plastic chainmail.
Okay.
I've seen that.
I was like, wow, that's probably much lighter and easier to work with than because
But it's fragile.
they're already interlinked, you know.
Oh, video you're talking about? Yes.
So you don't have to.
Yeah, it makes it solid.
Yeah.
Yeah, my son was just bringing up. The tricky part is joining all the patches together to make it a single sheet.
Yeah.
Because when you're doing that, you're literally think of it as a fabric, where instead of using like a hank of yarn or whatever, and tying it into a material, you're taking one ring at a time and making your material.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you make the material to the size that you would have it. You cut material B, and that's basically what it is. Is you're making the material as you make the item that you're, whether it be a shirt or a bracelet or a necklace, you're actually weaving the fabric. And when you have a sheet of it, that's actually how it's addressed. It's not, it's a fabric, a metal fabric.
Yeah. That's cool, man.
And a lot of the micro stuff I do, when it takes forever to get a sizable sheet, but it'll run through your fingers like silk because it's so fine of a mesh. I actually didn't have interest in entering this contest, but I saw the bag and wasn't working over. We got snowed out from work the Friday before the week of Christmas, and I was like, well, I need something to do. I can't just sit here. And I just made the bag. Well, I made the bag, might as well enter it.
Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't sure whether I was going to do this one or not, but I try to do, as many of them as I can. Sometimes they're just not. I've got too much other stuff going on or whatever. And I thought, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and do this one.
Well, because he had made that bag using the baby dragon hide, and I still have some of that, and I was like, hey, I'll use that as the face of it. And it just literally just built itself.
Mm-hmm.
I don't enter all the content. I got to have a reason to make it,
Yeah.
I have limited stores and limited funds just to sit there and let's go buy another couple hundred hides. I mean, that whole armor suit, I think I went through 10 hides making that thing.
Yeah.
That was not a cheap build to do.
Not at all. The shoulder pieces, I don't know if we probably talked about that before, but those little plates on the front of the shoulders. Oh my gosh. With all the little... Well, you did a totally different design, though. You went insane.
No,
little dots all over the place.
Well, yeah, but the front ones that you're talking about, I put my family coat of arms.
That's right.
On the back, this is artwork that like Tree of Life type thing. So it's still on the back. Coat of arms is on the front.
Yeah. Well, that
Because I wanted it to tie the arms and the cuirass.
Yeah. Those things were such a pain. By the fourth one, I was like, okay, I'm ready for this one to be done forever. I'm gonna charge $1,000 if anybody wants some of these shoulders, because I don't want to make them anymore.
I'm to the point where if someone wants those shoulders and they want that Tree of Life, hey, what's your family crest? Do you have a family crest? I'd rather do a family crest.
All right. I keep trying to start on this thing again, but I just wet it, so I'm going to let that dry a little bit. I'm going to go over here and grab this front piece while we're waiting for that.
Yeah, I use a spray bottle for mine.
You can see if the secret sauce has tenderized it.
That's right. Generally try to work it a little bit after I put the neat's foot oil on it to kind of break up the fibers a little bit, help it to penetrate it, because it's going to keep on working even after I put the finish on here. Over the next few days, this will keep on sinking in. And
entry Monday.
What's that?
The entry has to be in on what, Monday?
Yeah, I think so. And I'll be done with it. It's just this piece is just gonna be continuing to loosen up a little bit over the next few days, anyway. Because I put a significant amount of needs for a long.
My dad's cleaning must think I'm a proper weirdo because I've got a bottle of neat's foot oil by the side of the bed.
Hey, there's Cosmic.
Well, I do when I do small leather projects here, I usually neat's foot oil it, and I don't know where to keep the container, but I don't want to lose the container or have my dad do something strange with it with his dementia, so I leave it by the side of the bed.
People start thinking you're Howard Hughes, peeing in bottles and keeping it next to your bed.
I wish my pee did actually smell like neat's foot oil.
All right, so I'm going to put a finish on this real quick, and then I'll come back and hopefully this will be dry enough we can get back to tooling.
I've got myself thinking whether it survived the flight back to Finland tomorrow, whatever's left in the bottle.
Yeah, I ain't going nowhere for a while. We got hit with a foot of snow last night, and almost the whole family was outside trying to find our driveway. Took us about an hour and a half to dig ourselves out.
Well, England's due its first snow sort of tonight, so overnight we're going to get some snow and ice. But it's not going to be like what I'm used to in Finland, except the cars don't have spike tyres and all the other stuff. So I've booked a taxi to the train station to start me travelling. But when I get to Finland, it's -8 at the moment, and dropping, and they've got snow. I don't know quite how much, but they've got. My wife warned me we've got snow.
We don't get quite as cold as Finland, but I live right under Lake Erie, so when, because the lake isn't frozen yet, so we get what's called lake effect snow, and it will just dump snow whenever the cold air comes across Canada, hits the lake, it draws up the moisture and just dumps snow down on us.
Well, if it's clear tonight, you should have northern lights.
Oh, I'm not that far north. I'm right below the Canadian U.S. line. I'm right near Lake Erie.
You should have had it a couple of nights ago. It was KP7 a few nights ago.
We wouldn't have seen it. We've been having snow for the past 6 days.
Oh, I got you. Yeah. I've got a Facebook group with 6 or 7, maybe 8,000 people in it. I just don't count them anymore. And they're like, well, which way, how do I see the northern lights? And the first question is, I ask them, can you see stars?
Yeah.
The amount of people.
Yeah, 3 times this year we saw them. During the summer, I think it was summer or early fall, we saw them really good when we had that solar flare.
We've had over the past 2 or 3 days, we've had quite a few small X-class, which but I don't know whether any of them have got CMEs, which are the coronal mass ejections with them, but because I'm trying not to follow it while I'm in the UK, because otherwise it becomes all time consuming with trying to guide people in Finland on how to see them.
I remember doing those crows for my ceiling candle holder. I had to do 4 of those. I hated doing the head. Some of those angles were so freaking tight for me to do.
Yeah. That's what I'm looking at here. This is going to be a job here.
I think you may have seen that when I posted it on Discord, where I did this 36-inch tabletop and I covered it in leather, made it look like a shield. Had a boss on it and everything, and I didn't put the boss on it, but I had 5 candle lanterns that hung off of it. But I remember I had the Odin mask, and the ravens sat right above the Odin masks, and there's 4 Odin masks with the 4 ravens.
Oh.
And
I think I do remember that.
The whole background was textured and everything.
Mm-hmm.
That was a nightmare to do. It was so freaking big.
To turn the boss into a lazy Susan.
I could have, but we were trying to find a way to hang these holders that we had gotten at a Ren fair. 4 of them were of one style, and then the center one had this almost like a cage. It was about 12 inches long with green glass inside it, and you opened it up almost like a clock. It had 2 little doors you had to swing open and then put the votive candle inside it. But yeah, it hangs off our ceiling in our living room, and all the chains are chainmail, and we had to anchor it to the rafters, to the actual wood rafters, so I can put anchor bolts in, because it was freaking heavy. I mean, between the wood and the candle holders, talking about 35, try and hang off the ceiling. And I didn't want it falling and hitting someone, accidentally. Or one of our dogs, because our dog crate is right underneath it.
Yeah, that would be bad.
But that room, everything in that room, we've got like Viking shields and horn and different, wall hangings that are all Viking inspired, Norse inspired.
Nice.
It's currently turned into my daughter's little craft room, and because our house has 2 living rooms. Well, that one doesn't have a TV in it, so that's kind of our Viking craft room. And then our other one has been turned into a game room where we have, Mortal Kombat stand-up arcade, and the kids have their Xbox and PlayStations there, and the air hockey table, and we really don't have a true living room. We have 2 basements because our house, the original house, has its own basement, and the additions that were put on has a separate basement. Well, the new side is where my dungeon is, where I'm currently standing in. So the floor is painted like it is made out of stone, and so this is my little domain where I can sit there and do my chainmail. I can do my leather. I have my air compressor down here, so I can spray finish.
And I thought you said it was a dungeon.
Yeah, that's how my family calls it, is the dungeon.
I think we have big differences on what we define as a dungeon. It's either a man cave. I'd go with man cave at the moment.
It does. There is a sign that says man cave as you enter down the stairs. But I mean, all my chainmail armor, my leather armor, my swords, my battle axes, my son's recurve bow, my recurve bow, my bass guitar, my ring welder for welding chainmail is down. I mean, it's a glorified shop, really.
Sounds awesome.
I mean, my main desk, my chainmail on, is a glass computer desk. And a lot of my friends come by and they're like, how do you do chainmail on a glass desk? And I was like, well, if I have a ring fly out, I can see where it landed. So, I mean, you probably hear the thawing. My son, where my welder is at one table, has his tusk and a vise trying to saw the excess from the mold. My daughter's at my computer desk. I'm at my bench, my stainless steel bench that I work on.
I'm thinking on cheating with Magnus's tooling patterns. I bought myself a 3D printer, like a Creality one, and I've been watching this person on YouTube, and what he's been doing is you can basically take it, make it about 2 millimeters deep or about 2 millimeters wide, and then you can make like a press tool, so you can literally put it on top of the leather or the leather on top of it, and then press your pattern in. And it's as simple as that. That you're okay. It doesn't look as good as a tooled pattern, but for the amount of time it would take to put a basic pattern on something, it would be a couple of minutes, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, my son was saying this. He says it sounds like you're basically making your own stamp. Not really carving, but actual stamping.
I'll move away from this YouTube channel, and then I'll have a look at another one, and then I'll tell you the name of the person, and then I'm guessing your lad will look it up. and he'll be like, "Oh my gosh."
Well, not too bad.
Yeah, we got different YouTube channels, whether it be Nerd Forge or Magnus or other crafters, because everyone seems to have. Oh man, I love that detail on your Raven. I just now saw you pulled it up.
Thanks.
Yeah, I probably got a 10-second delay from video in Discord. What are you using? 6 ounce or 8 ounce leather?
What's that?
Are you using 6 ounce or 8 ounce? Because that looks a little thick.
Yeah, this
for
is,
being like.
I think this is a 5 to 6 ounce that I had. I'm not sure. It's a piece of a scrap that I had left over. I think it's a 5 to 6 ounce.
I used 8 ounce on mine because that's what I had.
The person that was doing it is called Myth Impressions on YouTube, and yeah, it was. He does also does airbrushing and stuff like that.
Is it MISS impressions or is it one F?
Myth, MYTH Impressions.
Right, MYTH, Myth Impressions.
I was saying yes then without pressing the push to talk. I'm back to the good channel.
I was trying to look up that street you were speaking of.
What was that?
My son's trying to look up this that YouTube channel that he was talking about that did the 3D printing of the stamping.
Yeah, Myth. Yeah, Impressions. So IMPRESSIONS. But yeah, he'll find it, and when he sees it, he'll
video.
I mean, if you was wanting to mass produce and sell simple tooled bits, or not properly tooled bits, but just decorative pieces, even for like you've got somebody coming round and you want to make some fun plate mats for your beer, like beer mats. There you go. You could generate a quick print, press a few pieces of leather, put a bit of neat's foot oil on it, and done.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of what we're building right now, but it's 3 layers thick because we're doing a I think it's called a filigree. We cut holes out of the top layer, and
yeah, I was thinking about doing something similar. I've got some mock croc which I use on my wallets, and I thought that would I call them an inlay. I mean, a filigree is probably the right word, but I just call it putting a few inlays in. But I do like the idea of having it more detailed. I mean, you could actually, if you've got a laser cutter, you could actually probably cut out certain sections of a pattern like this crow, for example, and then have something behind it and really make it look totally unique, make it more look like a phoenix, to be honest, if you're using like a red dragon print or something.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, this one is, well, when we get it done, I'll post it on Discord, but this one's going to be kind of off the wall because there's going to be flat back Swarovski stones inlaid into it, along with the stamping and the gold paint in it, brass rivets, the third layer, the bottom layer, is literally to protect the tabletop surface from the rivets, from the burrs and everything. So it's there more to protect whatever we set this on, but it's big enough that you could put like a 32-ounce tankard on it, or mug, or a coffee cup.
You could upscaling like my layered wallet, because I've got the outer part of the wallet, then I've got the inlay inset into it, and then on the other side I've actually got another piece of like goat hide to line the inside of the wallet, except you're going large on it rather than my lighter stuff that I use for wallets.
Yeah, this is the 2 layers of 8 ounce, and then the bottom layer is maybe 3-4 ounce. And like I said, it's just to protect the tabletop surface from those rivet burrs.
Are you going to drop some rhinestones into the eyes and stuff now, Dad, just to make sure you're competing well enough?
No.
I did it on one of the pouch competitions. Is I put a Swarovski in the eye of the dragon for the side pouch.
Nice.
I did a green one and a purple one, and they both had one had red eyes, and the other one had a green eye.
Yeah, I need to start working a little bit more with resins. I like them. I just haven't done very much with them. I'd like to create some stuff. Buttons and jewels and all that kind of stuff to mount onto the leather.
Man bling.
That's right.
Yeah, the filigree that we're doing right now, it's a alteration off of like a cathedral window, one of those round ones. I think they're called rose sets or rose windows or something. We altered one so that I could actually core out the center of it and make it look like a stained glass window, but it's gonna be probably a vampiric looking Gothic window.
Well, a lot of them kind of churches are Gothic, mate, to be honest. I live in England, so I've seen a few churches and cathedrals in my time, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, we have a couple in where I live that are, but they don't have like the pretty stained glass windows and stuff like you would see throughout England and Germany and all that. They're close, but they don't have that great architectural detail.
I dated a girl from New Zealand, and I travelled with her quite a lot around England when I used to like driving, and I'd take her to different places, and she was like, ABC, another bloody church, another bloody castle, another.
You the novelty is worn off because you see it so much. Where those of us here in the States is like, oh wow, castle, dude, that's cool. Check that out. It's just like, yeah, it's just another bloody castle. The freaking tourist trap, they're fucking up traffic.
I'll tell you what, the best castle to visit in England, I would say at the moment, is Warwick Castle, because they do medieval jousting, and they got birds of prey events. They do all sorts of things there. It's got a good history, and they even do some of the combat style stuff. And it was quite interesting because I was asking them, why is it called a codpiece, and none of them knew. And then they went and found a historian, and they said, well, basically because of the smell. it's the questions you know you always you know what it is. Oh, that's a cod piece, but I for the life of me didn't know why it was called that.
Yeah.
I thought of it, but part of me is like, do I really want to know the answer to that question?
But when then you sort of, and you're at a medieval place, you're like, right, okay, you're interested in what kind of leather stuff that they've got there, and you're looking, and then you think, right, okay, time to pop the question. I mean, I've been on this planet for 50 odd years. I need to know now.
Yeah. Me and my wife went to Norfolk. My son was in the Navy at the time, and we were doing a couple of the museums around there. And the Jamestown village, where the settlement, the original settlement from England, and they had a gentleman there, and he's wearing full riveted European 4-in-1 chainmail. And I'm just geeking out on this thing because it's like you don't really see a lot of people go to the effort of actually doing riveted chainmail. And they actually, the curator, I was actually talking to him, those were actual pieces that were brought from England because, and they weren't using them in England at the time because they had gone to plate and then left plate, but they kept them in their museums. Well, when they came to Americas, all the arrows from the Native Americans were just decimating them, so they started bringing mail over to help protect from the Native Americans lobbing arrows at them. So there is some historical European chainmail from England here in America that was brought here by England to protect the settlers.
I'd better tell the Wallace collection about that in London, and they'll come and buy it off that museum just to annoy you. I'll tell you what, the Wallace collection is absolutely awesome if you ever get to see it face up. Absolutely amazing.
Oh, if I go to England, I'm going to be going from museum to museum to museum, you know.
Another bloody museum.
And all that. I don't care about seeing that. I want to go see the historical, you know, Hadrian's Wall. I want to go see some of the...
I saw that last summer. Was it the summer before last? Yeah, it was summer before last, 2 years ago.
Up to Hadrian's Wall.
Yeah, I was there before they chopped the famous tree down. You know the the movie, the famous movie with Robin Hood. They had a scene where he's got the tree in the background. Well,
Right.
That's been chopped down.
Bastards.
Yeah, some vandals done it. I can't remember oh God, I could see his face. He was in Waterworld. You know that bloke,
Kevin Costner.
Tom Cruise?
Kevin Costner. Bonus point to Dad.
Well, he said War
Yeah.
of the World, so Tom Cruise. Yeah, Waterworld was Costner.
Waterworld was Costner.
Oh, I'm thinking World War Z.
That was Brad Pitt. Man.
We did Stonehenge on that trip as well. And if you're near Stonehenge, you want to go down to Durdledore, and they do these like a rib ride where you go out on a boat. And the coast of Dorset is absolutely gobsmacking.
They're in Oregon. One of the rivers is the Rogue River. And I want to say it's Bend, Oregon, but I'm not positive if it's Bend. But there's boat rides, and they're jet boats. They have twin 454 jet boat engines. They only need 2 inches of water to run. And there's an area through the Rogue River that they get to called Hell's Gate, where the cliff faces are only maybe 20 feet apart. And I mean, it goes straight up, maybe 150, 200 feet straight up, just straight cliff, and the Rogue River's running through it. and that's why it's called the Hell's Gate. It's because of the natural geography of that part of the river. But they'll run these jet boats 70, 80 miles an hour, and you're on 2 inches of water, and they'll get to a deep pool, maybe one of the turns, and literally just dump the throttle and flood the boat out of the water, laugh at everyone that had their cameras out, and then fire up and do it again.
And that's why I have a waterproof DSLR.
But I remember when we were going through Hell's Gate, that section, because they can't go very fast. They literally cannot even lay awake. We're looking down, the water is like clear as can be. And there's salmon probably 30, 32 inches long, just swimming right there along with the boat. Big salmon.
Nice.
It was Grants Pass, not Bend. It was Grants Pass, Oregon.
Grants Pass.
I actually went to Sweden, and obviously when you're in Sweden, I'm like, I want to see runic stones. And I saw one of the largest runic stones in Sweden. That was quite interesting, just to see all the rocks that have been with these like snake-like patterns and the stories in them, and people have their own interpretations of them.
Right.
I've been to a few Viking burial grounds as well. There's one near Söderås in Sweden.
They do a Viking village in Maryland. I want to say late November, early December, and they'll have a dragon, the dragon longboat out there and everything. We keep wanting to go. I think it's near Annapolis, Maryland. Every year we keep saying we're going to go, but we have yet to go.
Well, I'll make the bold move once. It sounds stupid. Once my dad's passed away, I'll probably go on a trip to Norway to some of the Viking centres there.
Yeah, I would like to go to Norway.
I'd actually rather go to Iceland before Norway, because the history of Iceland is a little bit, still more Norse than even Norway and Sweden, from my understanding.
It quite possibly is, because of the remoteness of it. You forget that with the history, with Sweden occupying Finland, then Russia occupying Finland, and even Estonia has got this mixed heritage past from different countries occupying. But there were reports that there are Viking parts of Finland, but you just don't know whether that's how true that is, because there's no Viking stones, but there have been the nails found from boats here and stuff like that.
Right.
But Sweden, you can travel around and use your Google Maps, and you'll find them quite dotted around, mainly along the coastline and then a little bit inland. But it's Norway, because they've got that old preserved longboat. That's what I really want to see. And I think it's about an hour and a half flight for me.
Yeah, I've seen videos, YouTube shows talking about that one that you're speaking of. The one they found that was almost, the wood was still preserved because it was in like a marsh or whatever that had froze up, and it really didn't decay. So they still have a good chunk of that ship. Plus they have,
and they've built around. You know what I mean? They've actually got it temperature controlled, etc., etc. Do you know what I mean? So I think it's worth seeing in a lifetime. It's worth seeing how they got about, the little buggers. They terrorised England for long enough.
Yeah, a couple hundred years.
What do you mean? They're still going over there and invading England now. What do you mean?
Well, didn't the Norse had control of York for what, 200, 250 years?
Oh, I was in York as well not the summer before, a couple of years back. So yeah, I was in York then. I was going to go to the York because I wanted to see they've got a petrified poo of a Viking from the Viking town.
Yeah.
Huh.
I've seen that.
I mean, why do you want to come to the museum? Well, I want to see the turd.
The biggest one. They
No.
say it's the biggest one that has ever been crapped out by a human.
Or possible Viking after pillaging his way through York.
Some dude in furs. Some Eric. Hold up, I'm make one history.
Spends quite a lot of time on that pooping log. I'll tell you what.
Yeah, and the church in York, they've actually got peregrine falcons nesting on the roof, on the eaves, on the top, on the spires and stuff.
No, one of the reasons I'd probably go to York is because, from what we understand, my last name actually generates from that area of York. So that's the only reason I would really want to go to York, is to see, where my namesake comes from.
Yeah, I haven't done my namesake in England, and I suppose I should have that on my to-do list.
A few years ago, we were doing our family history, and my mom was doing a lot of the work for it. She found out that the majority of our ancestry is from Scotland and Ireland, and she found out that there was a guy in the MacDonald clan we're related to. His name was Donald MacDonald, and he had a son named Donald, and that Donald had two sons, and he named them Donald and Donald. Like, these people have no imagination.
None.
Big D and Little D.
That's right.
Or
It
at
was
least what the
Donald the Greater and Donald the Lesser is what they were called.
Oh my God, that's so funny.
I spent a few years in Ireland, and it wouldn't surprise me.
cool. Yeah.
You go to. So who are you? Oh, I'm Donald the Lesser. Can I go meet the Donald the Greater, please?
Yeah, but so was Donald Senior. You see, he's the dad.
Yeah.
Hello, Magnus.
Hey, Magnus.
Afternoon, man. So it's probably still morning for you.
My father is making requests. Sorry, I'll be back in a few minutes. 80 years old and I'm bonkers.
Yeah, you're a little quiet there, Magnus. Yeah, pretty good.
If you're enjoying the stream, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe.
You know what? I probably should do that. That would be a nice thing to do for me. I know I'm already subscribed, but I should at least hit the like button for you.
I appreciate it.
It's actually how I knew you were on. Is I went onto YouTube and the first thing that posted up was that you're live streaming. I was like, oh crap!
Nice.
We had just come in from shoveling all the snow, so.
Yeah, I was a little bit late putting the reminder on the Discord there. I just did it.
Yeah, I was late
early this morning.
Agnes today because my wife went and applied to the local volunteer fire department because she just finished her EMT course, so she's applying to be a medic for their local fire department.
Nice.
The snow and the roads being absolute dog shit. I didn't get in until Christ 6:30ish before oh crap, Max shows. He's probably going to be signing off soon. Oh, he stayed on. I was happy.
Well, my dad, thank God, he only does internet shopping when I'm here.
What was that?
My dad needed help with internet shopping.
Oh.
So he's already got about 100 t-shirts and he's just ordered 3 more.
He knows what he likes.
Yeah, apparently, but they're about 2 sizes too large, but I'm not arguing with him. And
A lot of my shirts are large, but the reason mine are larger is because, well, I'm usually carrying a firearm under me, so I try and hide it by wearing larger clothes.
yeah, unfortunately, he's got no firearms. He might be able to hide a walking stick underneath it or something, or maybe pitch a tent.
I live out in the country. I mean, the street I live on, it's about 2 miles long and there's 9 houses on it. So it's not like I live in the inner city and I don't have to worry about that. But we've had bears out here. Earlier this summer, I had a coyote trying to attack me that was rabid. So I usually carry a firearm, not because of people, but because there's other things trying to kill me here.
I have wild animals in Finland because I live in the countryside, and so we got wild boar, bear, wolves, and then obviously deer, elk, and what are they called? They call it a raccoon dog, but it's not like an American raccoon. It's actually one that's originated from Russia, and it's slowly migrating across into Sweden, and Norway will be its next stop.
Huh. No, most of the coyotes out here will generally just shy away from people But this particular one had rabies, and when they have rabies, they don't think right, they don't act right. This thing, it was going to die, whether it was by my hand or by the disease. But I mean, it came charged. I was on a 0-turn lawnmower, and the thing was still charging at me. So I knew something was wrong with it. It wasn't scared of the lawnmower at all. And I had called my kids, and I told them to get the dogs in the house and bring me my gun, because I was on the 0-turn. I didn't think I needed my gun to mow my yard. And my son came running out with my AR, and by the time I got it, the coyote got away from me. And my neighbors have a camp on the tree line on the backside of our property, and I was like, this coyote's sitting between me and their cabin. And I was like, I can't take the shot, because if they're there and I go through that coyote or miss, I don't want to sit there and have rounds going towards my neighbor, because one, that's like really uncool. And sure as crap, about 20 minutes later, here they come from their cabin. I was like, man, I'm glad I didn't take that shot. Because I mean, it was going to be a stretch, because their cabin is probably 400 yards out from where I was at. And this coyote was about 200 yards out. But it was windy, and I was like, 5.56 in the wind. I wasn't going to trust that I would hit that thing. Yeah. Especially with my hand shaking. It's been on 0-turn, so my nerves are all shot from vibrating. It wasn't worth the risk.
Yeah. Well, no one feels like spending a couple of years in prison either.
My neighbor was pissed. He was like, I shot it. And I was like, well, I'm sorry. I was concerned about your welfare. He's constantly shooting raccoons and possums and stuff we have out here, because they're constantly destroying our gardens. So we'll be just sitting out in the back deck doing burgers, and then we'll hear him firing off his 22, and then, did you get it?
It's a bit out west here, but it's not. Well, in hunting season, it's a bit like that. I mean, I wear a high-vis orange jacket because I go like wild mushroom picking and stuff. And I'm
Right.
like, okay, which forest are the hunters in? Okay, these hunters hunt in these forests on Wednesday and Thursday. I'll go to that one on a Friday or a Saturday to pick the mushrooms I want for my like mushroom quiche or pie or whatever you want to call it. So yeah, I understand it. It's about that awareness when you have, I wouldn't say got a trigger happy neighbour, but you got to be ready for it.
I wouldn't say trigger happy. He was a prison guard, so I mean, he knows how to use a firearm. I'm former military. My son is former military. We've been trained on how to use weapons.
So it's not like my neighbours haven't been and served in the military, but I'm still always, when it's hunting season, because you never know when that bloody load of geese are going to come in, or ducks, or then when it comes to the deer and elk season and the wild boar, which they can hunt all year round, or rabbit season, that's the best one.
See, like our deer season, it's broke up into, you have archery season, black powder, rifle, another archery season, and then the final black powder, which right now we're in the final black powder season. But no one really hunts, because it's everything on this road is private property. You can't hunt on private property without the owner's permission to people other than us, because it's our property.
Yeah, I mean, my mother-in-law, she owns like 14 hectares of forest. Her two brothers have both got similar sized areas, and yeah, so that's why sometimes we go off, because you've got the right to roam in Finland. That's why we know when certain hunters hunt in certain forests, and then when we're going wild mushroom picking, we always find out which ones are where at what time, and then off we trot. But we're all wearing orange and, you know, making plenty of noise.
Oh, I'm sure they love that, and you making a bunch of noise.
It is if you're walking through the other forest, which you haven't got the right to hunt on. Do you know what I mean? So it scares any animals out, possibly into theirs, you see.
True. We call that flushing or driving.
Be right back. Dad's probably got more internet shopping.
Well, we're getting pretty close to finished on the tooling here. Just got to get the head done and the tail, and then
Yep.
get the,
What's going on?
Oh, my God, my fingers are breaking.
Oh,
Hurt.
well, you've been packing away at it for a while.
Yeah. I still got a little square right about on the back side of it.
Oh, yeah, he's probably got another quarter of an inch by 3/4 square. That's good.
Yeah. That's probably require that thing.
No, we won't be able to mount it in that very well. Well, maybe. I think we'd better off splitting the vise and make them hold straight and tap it so we can get through the.
Kinda not. But that's after I get the hole done. Just because whatever we do, trying to vice it.
It's gonna mar it up. Yeah,
No sense trying to clean it up before it mess it up.
yeah, true. Good point.
Do that after, and it's only gonna be kind of a light thing. I don't want to take a lot of the pitting and the blemishes out, but I do want to.
You want it to look like a decayed tooth.
Kinda, but I also don't want to leave it unfinished because that looks lazy.
Right. Wire wheel it. I got a wire wheel over here. Put that in the drill and use the wire wheel to brush a lot of that slag off.
that's pretty cool, Magnus. That would be pretty cool to be able to adjust this raven however you want.
You can hear Mag?
He put a comment on the stream.
Oh, okay. For whatever reason, my TV's not showing your comments.
Wait, left.
Yeah, it's not showing it. Yeah, it's not showing the live comments. That's why I don't really have the sound on the TV, because I can't see the comments and my Discord's going.
Yeah.
I have that same mall. I hate it.
Yeah, eventually I might get the new one on Wednesday this week.
I got a different mall that is not tapered. It's more of a cylinder, similar to what Mag uses. I like it far better than that tapered mall.
Yeah, I've been looking at the Barry King one. It's like $80, I think, but I mean, I've got his one of his big actual mauls, like a big hammer, and that thing is heavy and awkward to use, so it only has certain applications. But I mean, it's a solid hammer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is the Tandy maul that I've been using for the last 2 years now, I guess. And it's taken some punishment, but you know, it's all just the standard tooling.
I can't. And mine's a no name mall. I don't even remember where I got it. I can't remember. I know it wasn't from Tandy or anything like that. I think it was from like Hobby Lobby or some other place. I saw it and was like, ooh, I like that mall better. Yeah, I had that exact same Tandy mall, and mine looks just as beat up as that.
You didn't take it from the Whack-A-Mole stand?
No.
No. I want to say I got it either at Hobby Lobby or Michael's, the new one I use.
I have seen a guy.
It's heavier too.
This is pretty. Yeah, this one's pretty heavy. My arm gets tired after a while doing the tooling. But that's why I would get the Barry King one. That's a smaller version of this one. I like the taper. I don't know. It's just I like it. But what I don't like is that sometimes there's like something inside here, the weight that's inside here. It's not like, this is not a solid head. There's like a weight inside there, and it's kind of it's a thick plastic, but it's hollow on the inside. And sometimes that weight will break loose from whatever is holding it in place, and then you just like, you shake it and it's rattling around, and like, ugh, this sounds ridiculous.
Yeah, mine hasn't broke loose yet of that maul, but my new maul is probably 6 or 7 ounces heavier than that one you're holding. But it has it's non-tapered. I can get a better hit with it, a cleaner drive versus that tapered one. Sometimes that tapered one I'll skip right off my bevel or stamp head or whatever I'm using.
Yeah, Cosmo. Whatever works for you. You know, as long as it works, that's what matters.
I've been using a deadhead hammer, like one of them yellow. It just looks like a hammer because I bought a cheap wacky stick, and the head just kept on coming loose, the bolt on the end. So I've either got to Loctite it, but I suppose I've got to just do it and practice again.
Well, there's the front of the pouch. That's got the finish applied to it. So once we're done with the tooling on this, I'm going to take this over and dye it, and then I'll while I'm waiting for the dye to finish on that, we'll start painting this one. So
I was just going to ask if you're going to paint that or not.
yeah, I got the bone acrylic paint that Magnus likes to use on his stuff, and so I'm going to do those curlicues, whatever those are called, with that paint, and then.
So is the piece that you're tooling right now, is it going black as well?
Yeah. So this is going to be black, and then I have the gusset is going to be this. The gusset's going to be this brown here, and so it's going to be
and for your video to catch up to your voice.
Yeah.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah. So it's a cool. I got this. I got a side of this.
It's almost still like a distressed dye job. I like that.
Yeah, it's like a. I got a side of it for like $60 from Tandy, and it was on the clearance rack. And I was like, well, I'll take it. I mean, it's a perfectly good piece of leather, and I really like the color of it. It's got a nice. It almost looks like an oil tan, but it's not an oil tan. You know, it's just a funky looking piece of leather.
But I like the distressed, weathered look of it.
Yeah.
That's cool.
And so then there'll be a black strap, and I'll use some more of that brown for the loop that the strap is going to go through. So the brown will be poking through the hole here. I guess while we're waiting for that to dry a bit, I could go ahead and burnish. Burnish this simultaneously.
Have you got a machine for that? Oh yeah, you have. It's called your hand.
I have one hooked up to a drill press for thicker stuff, like the center plates in my crass where I was using that 16-ounce sole bend. I had to use the machine, but all the other stuff I do by hand.
I mean, I do mine by hand. I was just curious. You see a lot of people, and they've got that lovely little whirring wheel, and it takes seconds. You know, a little bit of wax, and off they go. Done.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's advantages to it, especially when you get good at it. I ended up scorching a couple areas because I was going too slow, I guess, and it got really freaking hot.
I think you just move too slow. You just get moving faster.
You know, the piece that I was working on, it's kind of awkward shape, so moving it fast was not really happening. Because it's in a drill press, not like a grinder where it sits horizontal.
I've tried doing a drill press, and I totally sympathise with you. I've made some boo-boos.
I think we all make boo-boos. That's how we learn.
I like watching other people make boo-boos.
Yeah. I mean, even Mag is, some of the things he's done on live, oops. I kind of put that in mental note. Hey, don't do that. I saw what happened when Mag did it.
But then again, it wouldn't be live, would it? You know,
I appreciate it more.
Most of my YouTube videos are failures. I still, it's like the show must go on. You don't worry about it. Your stitching's awful, but it's better than the last one.
Well, for that very reason, I mean, when Mag's doing a live and oops, makes a mistake, it's not the end of the world. He actually, how do I fix it? And, it's not over. There's ways I can do this, I can do this, and it just disappears. Yep.
And I think 99 it's like only real leather crafters would notice it. But then again, the real leather crafters would be like, yeah, a person made that, not a machine or a press or it's something that's been imprinted into the leather. That's handcrafted. That's the difference.
I think that's
microphone working.
Yeah. Hey, what's going on?
Yeah, People love that shit in videos. They love seeing you make mistakes and then figuring it out. It's like, oh, I can also make mistakes, and everything isn't a disaster.
It's one of those things
I-
where,
I
especially when
did-
you see someone who knows what they're doing make a mistake, you know, if you're a new person, especially, it's like, it's okay. Everything's gonna be all right. Look, I think I totally screwed that thing up and just fixed it. I could do that.
When
Or
I
it's
first
about
started, I mean, bad coming up with solutions. Oop, how do I fix this? But that literally helped me learn quicker because I saw how he would fix blemishes or this or that, and it's like, it's not the end of the world. I don't have to cut another piece of leather, blah, blah, blah. I just need to maybe do this tweak here.
Mm-hmm.
That helped more than actually seeing how he's problem solved a correction to a oops.
Which is kind of one of the reasons why I, started doing this stuff in the first place, to try to help people. Unfortunately, I just don't make mistakes.
Oh, you're asking for it now, aren't you?
Yeah. I constantly make.
You watch this raven turn into a unicorn.
Oh. Hey, Brett, come here. I want your opinion.
I have really started liking the tokenol for the edges. Just
Didn't Tokenol go bankrupt, or the company went bankrupt, and somebody else now has bought out the name and the patent on it?
I don't know. Maybe.
There was a lot of a big shortage of in the UK, so I've had to try other stuff.
I've never tried gum tragacanth, but
Don't.
don't. Chuck Dorset seems to
Yeah,
like it quite a lot.
If you're using like the Tokenol, it's a totally different experience. I'll put it that way.
Well, I've tried beeswax, and I don't know if I'm just. I don't know.
That's all I've ever used is beeswax. I've never tried Tokenol yet.
I like the tokenol. It works really well for me. The beeswax, I haven't been able to get it to. I don't know. Maybe I'm just not putting enough on, or not.
Maybe you got the wrong kind of bees.
Some different beeswax from different bees that make wax.
You need
I
the right
despise wax. Like, wax is so bad.
Hey, there's James.
Hello.
I'm going upstairs for a second. All my shit's are
Yeah, I've only used wax, and there's a local farm near me that have multiple beehives, and they sell these bars. They're probably 4 or 5 pound bars of beeswax, and I'll go get a block, and it'll last me for a year.
Yeah, I've got like I don't know, 7 or 8 pounds of beeswax. I don't use it that often. But I bought a lot of it because I thought I'm going to use this a lot. And then just didn't.
I use it.
Initially, I was going to wax harden, and I was like, okay, I'll go buy a couple bars of these beeswax and I'll try and wax harden, but I just haven't bought the big cooker like Mag has to sit there and submerge something in a bath of wax.
Okay. Apparently the thing about Tokenol is true because I can't buy it. Like, none of it. I'm Enki now. That was my favorite edge polisher.
Well, yeah, I can. That's the only one that
When
I
I
really
get
use.
when I get back to Finland, I'll give you a name of a brand which is available in Europe, which works very similar. I've tested it and it works lovely.
Thank you.
You know, I think the one of the problems with Tokenol, maybe, I don't know how much, like, big shops go through. Maybe they go through a lot of it, but I mean, I've had this one little jar for a year and a half, and it's still half full there, you know. And that's been used on all that armor back there and lots of other stuff that I've made. Just don't go through very much of it.
I had to buy a big jar last time. Only problem was they were sold out of the clear one, so I had to buy the brown. Which is annoying, but still it works.
Okay, let's see. We're gonna get the tooling done on this Raven.
And the brand is called Letech, Letech, to look up. I just checked one of my YouTube videos where I used it. And I know they got European sales because I was inquiring with the distributor for the UK.
Nice.
Go spend some money.
All right, let's see if we can get this tail finished.
Actually, with the Maglite this time, it's really standing out. The other side that you're not working on looks really good on YouTube.
Yeah, I don't think my supplier carries that brand.
I don't know if you can see the comments there, James, but Trust was saying something about Wuta, W-U-T-A brand. You said it'll post it in Discord shortly.
Okay.
We pay tax on Wuta when it comes out to the Nordics because of the way we pay, because when you're in the EU, any country you buy from within the EU, you don't have to pay for tax coming into your country usually.
We only have to pay import tax on anything outside of Europe, yeah.
But I think there's somebody in Holland. I know at least somebody in Holland sells it, and a few other places. So that's why I said just have a little look around. You won't have to pay the import taxes, which is what. This is why I'm bringing back a suitcase full of leather, so I don't get caught having to pay taxes on it.
My problem is I have a business, so I have to write everything down. Hey.
have to.
Well, I have to, but a lot of people don't.
Every year, my accountant says you cannot eat out as many times on business. Sorry. We're just gonna take off about half of what you gave me for receipts.
There goes the beer fund.
Yeah.
They was all talking about how much they enjoy making shoulder armor earlier, Magnus.
It's lovely.
Top layer reed, the middle layer is solid, and the filigree piece seems to almost like shrunk as I'm trying to work everything. Any ideas of what I could do to like restretch it without disfiguring it horribly?
What are you working on?
What's the problem? What you're saying?
I don't know whether he can hear you quite, Magnus. I don't know why.
Because I'm across the room.
Dad, can you just say again what your problem is, please?
No, that was Gator. I don't know what he's talking about.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. I didn't realise. I thought somebody said
Well,
an inlay shrunk or something.
Huh?
Gator, will you ask me a question about something that you're working on?
I was talking about the shoulder, how much everybody loves shoulders, and then somebody piped up about a certain area that had shrunk or tightened.
Yeah, it's tightened up. And I'm trying, it's the filigree part of my thing that I'm making has shrunk up. And I'm trying to think of an easy way to stretch it without screwing it up the filigree.
I'd have to see it.
Yeah, it's a kind of see it thing to be able to help there. Usually my leather just expands because I carve it. Why is the channel suddenly pushed to talk again?
I don't know.
I prefer push to talk, or I should have heard me snoring last week.
I don't know. I'll mess with it later on.
I've run out of ideas for things that I can sell in my business. I made wallets and I made keychains, and now I don't know what to make.
More of each.
Yeah. It's a
I'll
good
tell you what.
profit on it, but still.
The message about that would be trust life. I mean, I had some bits of leather and I didn't know what quite to do with them, and he just rolled out a complete list of, and I was like, oh my, I'd never thought of, and oh my, and yeah.
I don't get it.
Trust life. If you ask him, tell him what projects you're interested in making and what you sell, and then just say, have you got any other suggestions for ideas for things for me to make? Because that's my skill set. We'll probably come back with a good answer for you.
Oh, okay. That's the problem with nicknames. Just like trust life. Yeah, but I tried trusting my life.
All right, Mag, I sent an email with a picture of what I'm working on.
Looking.
But in other good news, I just got 100 keychains.
100 keychains.
Yeah, I ran out of keychains making keychains, so I couldn't make any more keychains. So now I bought a bunch of keychain rings. Now I have 100 in the baggie.
Nice.
Split rings, okay. Now I understand what you're talking about.
And Danish, they're just called like the equivalent of keychains. So I had split rings. You know?
Well, where I get my rings for chain mailing, they sell both split rings and regular coiled cut rings for doing chain mail, and I know them as, you know, split rings for doing like scale mail or making keychains versus regular rings that I use for doing, you know, weaving European 4-in-1 or full Persian or helm weave or whatever.
When you're saying split rings, do you mean like the one in two parts with a little clasp?
No, it's like 3 coils, you know, like a regular key ring where you open it up and slide your key through, and then it's a spring.
Yeah, it's essentially a spring with 2 joints, 2 overlaying things, and then it's
Those are, I know them as split rings.
Okay.
Whenever I do scale mail, I use really small split rings, depending on the size of the scale, anywhere between ½ inch for the large scale, and I think inch for the small scales, to make a sheet of material, which is this, you know, metal scales.
Yeah.
If you look in the Discord, your projects non-leather, you'll see a dress that I'm working on that is scale mail, and you'll understand what I'm talking about. The whole back of it is all the scales are connected by split rings, and it looks like the inside of it looks like a cheese grater from hell.
Mm.
Which is why I'm going to be lining the inside of it with leather so that this woman doesn't get impaled.
Or end up as a garnish on a plate of pasta.
Well, she's into that kind of thing.
But that whole scale mill project now is on hold because the purchaser told me that she's not going to have the funds for a little bit. So it's just kind of like been set in the corner, and I'll get back to it when I know that she's closer to having the funds.
And that's why you always save the deposit. Because then you could finish the work and put it in a box somewhere, and they're gonna come back with the money. Because they can't get their money back. Yeah.
She's a coworker. She's a friend of mine. I've known her for years, and I didn't have to order materials. I already had the materials, so it's not like I was out of money. So
Fair.
it was kind of like a friends and family discount benefit type thing.
Yeah. I have a deal like that with one of my. I have a mothers group. It's the weirdest thing. In my apartment complex, I have a mothers group. I have like 4 different single mothers who sometimes just need a man to do man things. So they just have. Yeah, I know, it sounds like some sort of booty call service, but it isn't. It is fully just, I need a shelf put up. Okay, I can do that. Where did you learn that I am man?
That's almost as good as Gator's Dungeon.
What? I don't
Gator-
understand that reference.
Gator has a dungeon, and I understand that reference as something totally different to what he understands it as.
All right, so I think the
Are you sure about that?
Ravens are done. Does anybody see
Well,
anything?
I have been,
missed?
yeah. I've visited some interesting places in London, and one of them did have a dungeon.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say anything. Gotten in trouble way too many times. Looks great.
I was the head guy at a fetish night for about 12 years.
And that is our glorious leader, and I'm getting in trouble.
I just did dress code. I did dress code and a little bit of security. So I was like the fashion police at the door for 12 years.
Did you drag them out by their chain?
You had to be careful. You had to be careful where you're grabbing.
Wrong chain.
I have a pair of leather cuffs that have 3 welded chains between them to connect the cuffs together. And we went to the Ren Fair last year, and I made a chainmail, a chain with like a lead. And we went to the Ren Fair, and my wife wore 'em for the first part of the Ren Fair, like she was my captive prisoner, like I was bringing back a bounty or a maiden that had been kept for ransom. And then halfway through the day, she put them on me, and I was the one being ransomed.
If it works, it works.
Sounds like a night out at Magnus's old workplace.
Hell yeah.
People thought it was hilarious. I'm wearing all full the armor set that I had made of Magnus's, chainmail on, sword on my side, and I'm in cuffs, and she's been leading me around like she's the queen, and she just ransomed some knight or something like that.
Everyone loves a bit of casual kink as long as it's not in your face. So, it's just fun.
Yeah, it was not deviant by any means. It was more just the comical aspect of it.
Just go to the supermarket like it, Gator. See what happens.
Oh no!
I didn't want
freak
to.
out my neighbors.
I didn't want to go clothes shopping. I hate clothes shopping. Please.
I have a
The
lot
thing
of
is, you
Amish
always.
people that,
Yep.
I have a lot of Amish that live around me, and I'll go outside during the summer wearing my kilt, and they'll be riding their little wagons and buggies and stuff, and I'll see the moms cover their children's eyes, me wearing a kilt, and just don't look at the man wearing a dress.
I'm gonna say something funny. I wish I had the balls to wear a kilt. I had
I've
to,
got
but
two
also I
kilts.
wish I had the balls for it. Kilt's so awesome. I just can't.
I love my kilt because Magnus, you'll understand this because you've been to Penzic. I don't live that far from Penzic. During the summer, the humidity here sucks and it's hot. And wearing a kilt is probably a saving grace for most people.
Yeah, for sure.
I definitely will be making a kilt when I buy my own house somewhere in the countryside, but not while I'm living in town. Like, I can't do it.
You can put shelves up wearing a kilt, can't you?
I didn't understand that.
I said you could put shelves up wearing a kilt.
Oh yeah, the 30, 40 something mothers that I have in my group probably would like that. No.
Are they called tassets when they're made from leather?
What?
Tassets, Tassets, I think they're spelled. When they're made like leather strips coming down, rather than like the fabric of a kilt. They got like.
Isn't that like Roman armor?
Turgis.
No,
Turgis. PT. That's about as far as I get with that. Turgis. PTEURGES.
Okay. Well, was it tomatoes? But how about a leather one for your 30 to 40-year-old yummy mummies?
You're fired.
Good job I don't live there, isn't it? The handyman. Yeah, the one with the leather. Yeah, go.
I actually have a kilt laying on the floor back there. I was half tempted to put it on while you guys were talking.
I got a bunch of work to do here that I've procrastinated on that's due on Monday, so I'm gonna log out for now. Have fun.
All right. Later, man.
I'll idle lurk the stream on YouTube.
Sweet. Let's see. All right, so now we're gonna start painting that. I'm gonna get my painting stuff.
Apparently, Cosmic's brother wears a kilt in the northeast of the US.
Well, I think technically I'm considered Northeast, barely, but yeah.
I bought a kilt when I was at Gen Con last year. Or no, 2 years ago. And I ended up wearing it for the whole 4 days that we were there. It was a lot of fun.
You do know the Air Force has a tartan, right?
Yeah, I've seen that. I don't know why they.
Because I've got my Navy tartan, and then I've got a black tactical kilt.
Oh, nice.
And the tactical kilt, is that full of knives and...
No, it's just got pockets and stuff. They call it a tactical kilt. Why, I don't know, but there's like side pockets attached to the kilt and everything. It's just, they call it a tactical kilt for some stupid reason.
That's one of the reasons why I hate my country, especially since I do leatherworking. Knives are basically illegal.
Yeah. How do you do leatherworking without a freaking knife?
You can have knives at home, but like, you cannot carry knives outside unless you have a specific purpose for it. So yeah, I could make like sheaths for knives for fishing or standard wood forest person, but I couldn't make it for the general public. It's so annoying. And it's in my lifetime it became illegal.
Same with the UK, but that's why I'm glad I live in Finland. I mean, I accidentally go into the supermarket with a knife and a knife sheath and no eyebrows are raised.
I'm jealous.
Mind you, I am the only Englishman in the town, and anyone talking to me in Finnish, I wouldn't understand them. If they spoke Swedish, I'd be able to follow that they're telling me off and be able to respond appropriately. But yeah, nobody complains in Finland because, well, I suppose it would in Helsinki, but if you're in a small rural town, you know, it's you're going to the supermarket after you've been in the forest. You know, it's just part of your workwear.
When they made knives illegal in Denmark to like carry around, a general contractor got a big fine because on his way home he had a hobby knife in his tool bag. And after that they had to make new laws that then made it so if you have a reason to have the knife, you can have the knife. But still, why can't we carry knives? And how can I, with 13 diagnoses and sub-symptoms, get a permission to have real swords in my apartment? Like, the law is completely broken. I'm predisposed to psychosis. Why can't I have a katana?
No, but I suppose I could try. I'll tell you what. The next time I do a Leoko, I'll take it into the supermarket and see what's said.
I can't carry my sword around, but you know, if I'm at a Ren fair or whatever, they make us peace tie them. But like just wearing it around town here, no, I will get stopped by the cops. But yet I can carry my gun.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
I suppose it's because a knife won't run out of bullets.
Well,
if you're allowed to carry guns, you already lost that fight, so...
A gun is basically a wireless hole punch, where a sword is a body dismemberment tool.
That is the best definition.
I mean, I've got a long sword with, I think the blade is, I think it has a 35 or 36 inch blade and then a 14-inch handle. This thing is sharpened. It is a true combat grade sword from Sabersmith here in the U.S. And it is wicked sharp. It will remove body parts if I swing it right.
What you want to do is put that in a chef's roll and then take it around with you everywhere.
You've seen those videos? I see them on YouTube Shorts occasionally. These people using like meat cleavers and stuff, cutting people's hairs with meat cleavers.
Yeah, that's insane.
I don't know if I could trust someone well enough to swing a meat cleaver near my dome.
I wouldn't trust anybody using, like, just a knife near my head. Like, I would never go to a barber shop. I don't trust it. Especially not after Sweeney Todd.
They actually cutthroated me when I was here. They used, like, the cutthroat razor when I had my beard trimmed in England.
Oh, straight razor.
Yeah.
No, thank you. Just no, thank you.
Yeah, barbers around here will use those too.
I think the first time I had that, they actually used one on me was maybe 30 years ago, and I was in southeast London, and I was absolutely petrified. The first time you have it done, you're petrified, but on your 5th and 6th and 10th and whatever it is now, you sort of get relaxed to it. The fear goes away kind of quickly.
You're safe as long as he doesn't start singing.
Or you start sneezing.
And as long as there isn't a bakery next door.
Yeah, as long as his name's not Sweeney Todd.
You want to buy a pie?
That is honestly a good movie. Like, a really fucking great movie.
Yeah. Yeah, I like Johnny Depp's role in that.
Is there any movie he isn't good in?
All right, for those of you that don't know, he is also in a band called Hollywood Vampires with Alice Cooper.
Really?
They redid David Bowie's Hero. And Alice Cooper does background vocals because Johnny Depp sings the song.
Wow.
Well, I have to look into something.
I think I know of a
It's a-
bad Johnny Depp movie. Is it The Tourist he's in with Angelina Jolie or something? Where they think he's a spy, but he's not, and he's like a bumbling, literally a tourist.
I don't know.
Every actor has one sucky movie somewhere.
I haven't seen it, but it's from 2010.
If it's got Angelina Jolie in it, odds are I didn't watch it. I'm not a real big fan of her.
I only like her in Hackers.
That was pretty good.
That makes me laugh, actually. One of the actors in Hackers, I think he did Scooby Doo, and he's done but you see him now always like in these CSI programs where he's a crazed killer. He was the one that didn't have anywhere to live and was selling the cassette of all artists that died via some sort of like choked on their own vomit and stuff. It was ever so funny in the movie, but ever since then, I haven't really seen him do many movie roles. But like on is it CSI or the NCIS? Usually, every now and again, he comes up as a serial killer now.
Another stupid law? It's illegal to have a slingshot in Denmark.
Eh?
Yeah. One of the most simple weapons you can ever make and that kids make by accident is illegal. Unless
Well,
you have permission.
It projectile hard enough and fast enough to actually kill someone. So I mean, it's not a firearm, but yeah, you can still ruin someone's freaking week with it.
You could just make a sling.
Yeah.
Like most people have I would actually say every person ever, even homeless people, have the ability to make a sling within a few minutes. So it's one of those, like, why make it illegal? Especially since not even 15 years ago, they made movies where they show kids how to make this.
Historically, it was a weapon of war. I mean, even biblical it was used. Roman era, they had slingers. So, I mean, it is a historical weapon of war.
That's fair. It's just one of those. If you take all of these dangerous weapons away from people, you don't teach them to respect just the process of things, and you end up with irresponsible people.
Yeah, and then you get John Wick type people that'll kill you with a pencil or whatever's in their freaking hand.
Yeah, and that's oftentimes more effective.
That's why often I believe that you should have a no safety guard day, as in like one day a year, all of the safety guards are taken off every piece of powered machinery, tools, you know, anything that's dangerous, just to weed out the idiots.
40 to 60% of the population gone in one day.
Are you going to call it the Darwin Awards Day? Remove people
I'm not
from the
supposed
gene
to
pool?
use a hair dryer in the shower? I like to make toast when I'm in the bathtub.
Yeah, but there's no safety guards on a toaster. Well, there is, but you know what I mean. But I'm talking about people that, oh God, that have a tendency to stick screwdrivers in places or fingers where they shouldn't.
Believe me, those are the smart ones.
What I think I just turned 16, and I met some divers, and they said, we're going to give you one life lesson. I'm like, okay, how old are you? I'm 16. And they're like, never put your finger where you wouldn't put your penis. And I was like, what? And then you had one of them show me his finger, and he said, I was lining up bolts underwater with large pieces of steel. So,
that is actually good advice.
You know, I mean, you think about it then, and then after that, when I was messing around with car engines or anything, I'm like, I don't really know whether I should be shoving my finger in there first. And I think we should have a segment where we try to make Dad laugh while he's painting.
I think it's working.
No, that's pretty intricate. I'd hate to see him screw it up and then try and fix it.
Well, that's actually why I put the. So this has got matte finish on it, the acrylic finish on it, and that's one of the reasons why I put it on there. First, it helps to get the paint to stick better on the first pass, so you get a better coat the first time. And then it's just easier to wipe away if you screw something up. I just got to get, a wet wipe or a paper towel and just start wiping, and it will take it right off.
I've never done that. I ought to try that. I usually don't put a finish on it until I've actually painted it to help seal it.
I was doing that for a while, and then it occurred to me that, this acrylic finish and the acrylic paint, they would just lay on top of each other. It's like once the acrylic finish is dried, the paint will just sit on top of it. Like it's not going to absorb into the leather. But the reason that I tried it to begin with was because the paint was absorbing into the leather. And then it took forever, like 4 or 5, 6 coats to get the paint to look right, because it would just keep, getting down in the leather, and then you get it all splotchy, and it just looks like crap. And I was like, "There's got to be a better way."
I'm dealing with that right now with what I'm working on. Because I can see the dye bleeding through the gold paint.
Yeah, look, this is one coat right here.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to start doing that.
No, the top gun tip. Yeah, that's coming through lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm using 18 karat gold Angelus paint and the metallic bronze paint right now. The metallic bronze set pretty nicely, but the gold, the black dye is still bleeding through that gold.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know anything about painting, but would it be easier to use the other paint, which isn't leaking, as a base coat and then putting the gold on top?
No, I think what Dad is doing is probably the best option, because what you're discussing is kind of what I'm dealing with right now, and it's not easy. It's a pain in the ass.
Mm-hmm.
And Dad's seen some of the crazy stuff I've done with my armor as far as painting goes.
Yep.
I mean, just that centerpiece of the cuirass where our family crest is. My daughter spent, I think, 2 weeks just on that centerpiece where the crest is on.
Yeah. I don't doubt it. I mean, there's a lot of detail in there.
I mean, that's what, I mean, the whole armor set literally took us 11 months to build completely.
Wow.
For the, the cuirass, the gorget, the shoulders, the greaves, the bracers, the tassets. I mean, the whole damn kit and caboodle. A good, I'd say 10.5 to 11 months to build it all.
Mm-hmm.
And he still hasn't done the helm, which I'm waiting on. But I don't think the construction of it would have taken that long. It was just the insane details that we were putting into it that really killed it as far as time goes.
Yeah.
And the main reason I did that is I know no one's ever going to pay me to do that, but I wanted it to be hey, I can if your pocket's deep enough.
Yeah, it's a show.
That's what I use my armor for. Full on, just to show it off. It's not working.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's worked for me, but no one's asking me to build armor either. It's smaller projects and stuff that people know I'm going to go to the detail of, hey, yeah, it's a watch band, but can you do this, and this? And I'll take my time and actually put the extra details into something as simple as a watch band.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, me too. If people are willing to pay for it, like I can use multiple hours on small projects. But if they're not, I'm just gonna finish it as quickly as possible. Of course, I'm gonna polish the edges and make it pretty, but I'm not gonna. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I'll make it look nice. I'll make it look professional. But am I going to sit there and, paint out the stamps and then detail the actual painting of the stamp where all the details that the stamp creates, we're actually doing faded textures within the stamping and everything? No, I ain't going to do that if you ain't paying me for the time. It takes forever.
Mm-hmm. It's just too much.
And...
Yep.
it's my daughter does 90% of my painting because my hands shake so bad from nerve damage. So it's her time that you're paying for, not mine.
Yeah.
Also, a lot of people don't understand the whole concept of value because there way too much mass-produced garbage.
Right.
So either they look at that and go, well, I can get those axe protectors for, I don't know the conversion rate, $10 for a pack of 3.
Mm-hmm.
And I just go, no, it's $20 each when you want it like in that style. I actually had someone, he wanted five or 6 axe sheaves, protectors, whatever we want to call them. And he full on went on I think it was Temu or something like that, and said, look, I can get them for it. Like, he wanted all of them for one's price.
Yeah, I've had people like that too. In fact, it was an axe sheath that this one person I'm thinking of, they said, well, I can get it on Amazon for $35. And I said, so go ahead then. You know, like, it's not going to be fitted to your axe. And
and it's going to be broken in about a week.
Yeah. So you...
But it's real leather. No, it's genuine leather. It says right there. Yes, exactly. Genuine leather. No, genuine. You have to say it like that, legally speaking. I don't actually know if that's still a law, but like when genuine leather actually came out, they had to say genuine and not genuine.
I want to say it was in the 80s.
Yep. The door-to-door salesmen with their briefcases. It's genuine leather. Where are you from? No one says it like that.
Yeah, there's a guy I used to work with at a previous job. He's wanting me to do a custom axe sheath, and he knows it's not going to it'd be cheap. He flat, and that's why he came to me, is he knew I was going to take the time to really make it fit the axe and fit his personality. And he has a tree trimming service, and he's a foreman, and he knows, he's like, you know, when you get this done, you know, half my crew's going to want you to do the same for them. I'm like, yeah, I know. Because they all have Kydex holsters right now, which, yeah, it protects the blade and everything. That's good. You know, you're not going to cut yourself accidentally. But they, you know, it's Kydex, it's plastic, it's going to break. Where I'm going to use, you know, boot sole leather, heavy, dense leather that is going to take a beating for the next 20 fucking years, and they'll still have it.
Yep.
And if they take care of it, they can actually put it in their will or whatever.
I was going to say, you should actually have a service package. Say, look, if you bring it back in a couple of years' time, I'll give it the once over and make sure it's X, Y, and Z, and I'll charge you $10. Do you know what I mean? Just give it some neat foot oil and a bit of love and care, and check everything's holding up, and off it goes. Do you know what I mean? Like a little service. Get your repeat money coming in.
I could do that, but the way we're going to be constructing this, it's not like I'm going to have to worry about stitches getting blown out, because the thing's going to be number 9 brass rivets, solid brass rivets. And if he breaks that, his axe is screwed anyway. So, yeah, but I could see oiling it. And I told him, hey, you know what? Keep that axe oiled. Whenever you use this sheath, you oil it, because that if there's any moisture, that leather's going to hold it there.
If you want people to respect your craft, go on Amazon, buy some tiny ass bottles or jars for no money at all. Fill it up with leather fat or leather oil, and give it with your product. And basically, like, here is your maintenance beginner's kit. People are gonna they're gonna respect the craft if it comes with a maintenance kit.
I
You know
do
what,
that with
that's enough.
knife shoes. I do that with knife shoes. When I do knife shoes, I send it out with. I've got a 50-50 mix of beeswax and paraffin oil, which just to weatherproof it. But before I send it out, I put lead effect on it. Yeah.
Believe me, they're gonna tell all their friends, and suddenly you have new customers. Because that is really a sign of quality.
That's a good idea. I like that idea.
Yeah. The only reason I haven't done that with the wallets I made is because they're just sitting in a basket in cinema. So it's just like people just pay with via mobile pay. I can't do it. It'd be weird just having a separate basket with maintenance kits for free.
See, majority of what I
Sorry, I'm just going to go and check up on my dad, and I'm going to leave the YouTube playing, but I'm going to log out of this for a bit, just so I can, because it's my last night here. I'll just go and check up on him, see how he's doing.
Yeah.
Take care.
all right.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Yeah, my leatherworking and chainmail both. Right now, it's more of just a side hustle because I don't make enough selling all the stuff I have to support my house. So I've still got my 9 to 5 Monday through Friday type job, which, I mean, I would have to be selling a tremendous amount to keep, to make up what I make doing what I do.
True. The thing that I always say to people about starting a business, even if it is just to support the hobby, as a business, at least in Denmark, most retailers give you like 20% discount, and if you are registered for VAT, you also save on VAT. So it's like, that's close to 40% savings every time you buy anything.
Well, here you have to have a tax ID for your
Yeah, you have
business.
to, but it takes like 5 minutes registering a single-man business.
Yeah, so you don't have to worry about the taxes, and it goes towards your business and everything. And a lot of businesses do like wholesale discounts to businesses versus a hobbyist.
Yeah. Like, when I registered at my leather supplier, it was just a quick email. Like, then I got to log in and I get 20% on anything I buy. I'm not a big business. I don't even have... I've had my business for, I think, 4 or 5 months. I haven't turned a profit, and I'm actually in the red for this year, last year. And I'm gonna get mad tax returns in April. That
right
actually
now,
surprised
what
me.
I do is payable.
Honestly, that surprised me when I talked with some accounting people. Turns out I'm gonna get 32k DKK back next year and this year from my normal income, because my business is under my social security number with my business number. So it's my own finances, so it also goes to my retirement money, and I get a tax return. Like, it's insane. I love it. My entire business was basically free.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, see, my business, once I actually get everything up and going, it's not going to be just my name on it. It's actually going to have me, my son, and my daughter, the three of us, as the co-owners of it, so that, because I'm not going to live forever, and if they're already on it, there's no world transfer of ownership. They already own it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And that is the responsibilities of the parents, to make sure their kids have a good life in the future by giving assets and businesses. A lot of
Right.
people have misunderstood that in the previous generation.
Yeah, I'm not starting this business for me. I'm starting this business for them, and mainly my daughter, because my daughter's partially paralyzed. So she can't just go get a job because of her medical issues that she's got. I mean, if she has a bad week, she may not get out of bed for a week straight. Well, no employer is going to allow her to just take a week off because you can't move. But if she owns the business, what is she going to do? Fire herself?
Exactly. And that's the reason why I have a business. I have 13 diagnoses, including 2 or 3 of them. I can't remember exactly. But I think like 2 or 3 of them are like mental illness, full on psychosis, and possibility of hallucinations. I have chronic stress. I can't have a job, but I can have a business.
Yeah, hers are all physical disabilities. She had I got to be careful how I put this, because this is on a live stream. She had a medical misadventure at a very well-known medical facility in the state I live in, and they drove an instrument through her spinal cord and into her brain and damaged the right side of her body. So she has nerve damage just like I do. And when it's cold or she overextends herself, that part of her body stops working. So she cannot move her right arm. She can't move her right leg. She is basically just paralyzed on her whole right side. So
I hope she got a settlement, or what is called.
not what we were trying to get. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, the legal system is broken in every country.
Yeah, she got 1/10 of what she was supposed to be getting.
Okay, that's just disgraceful.
They said, this is what you get. It's got to last you the rest of your life. And she was... This lawsuit took 10 years. And she was 20... She had just turned 21 when it was over.
Oh, God.
She was 23 because she was injured when she was 13 years old. So, and it took 10 years. So she was 23 because she's almost 25 now.
That is insane. Even the system in Denmark is broken in like lawsuit ways, because I tried to sue the government and the municipality for ruining my life as a child by forcefully removing me from my home and putting me on facilities where I was abused. I spent the last 2-3 years trying to figure out what I can sue on, trying to find a lawyer and a bunch of help, got denied multiple times. And now, after talking to some experts and waiting for about half a year for a reply, turns out the only thing I can sue on is that the municipality didn't react on a fake report that my dad should have beaten me on a daily basis.
Eh?
Yeah, I can't sue them for what they did. I can only sue them for what they didn't do.
Wow.
Yeah, that is a dangerous precedent.
Yeah.
The municipality can do absolutely anything they want. Ruin people's lives. And you can't do anything about it.
It sounds par for the course. I mean, government is government, and, well, they can never be wrong.
Apparently so. I was supposed to be a machine driver, like driving big construction machines. I was supposed to have close to 1 million DKK a year in wages. Instead, I spent like 4 years of my life on antipsychotics and antidepressants.
Ew.
My entire adult life locked up in an apartment or at a facility or at the psych ward.
Thankfully, I haven't had to deal with that. I'm sorry you did, but I'm glad I never had to deal with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. The worst part is, had I like gotten my arm ripped off or beaten my face into the ground so people could see what had happened to me, it would have been so much easier. Because people look at me and go, "Oh, there's nothing wrong with you." Yeah.
Oh, my daughter, all the time.
Mm-hmm.
She looks fine. Well, you're seeing her on a good day. That's why we're out. If she was having a bad day, we wouldn't be here.
Yup. And that's what I've been trying to say. Like, there's not a lot of people, but some people don't understand why I should be allowed to have my own business and sell coffee on the streets. Because I'm on early retirement, I get paid a fixed income by the government each month. Why am I allowed to have a business?
Yeah.
Because otherwise it wouldn't fucking work. Ever.
Yeah, we got to find the legal definition about my daughter because of her disability. Because she doesn't get income from the government. Then when the lawsuit happened, they said that's what you get. You don't get the Social Security anymore, nothing else, because you have that settlement. And it's like, wow, that settlement was pathetically tiny. Matter of fact, 90% of it's already freaking gone, and it's only been 2 years. So how's she supposed to survive for the rest of her life on this?
Yeah. Yeah, that situation doesn't make any sense.
It's a government. They're not interested in making sense. They're interested in spending dollars on stupid crap.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, indeed. My town, with the municipal support, are trying to renovate the cinema and make it into like a. They want 2 rooms for movies, and they want a cafe. Everyone I ask who has an understanding of construction says it's gonna cost between 1.5 to 3 million DKK to build. They got 9 million DKK from the municipality and are willing to put in 11 million extra themselves. So either they're getting cheated out of 15 million, or someone is getting a really good payday. I have to talk with the guy who stands for the finances, because 20 million for that job is insane. Like, it's they want to rip off the roof and build another room on top of that. And it's not even like fancy construction, it's just like steel plates and insulation. I don't even think it's steel. Like, it's so basic.
Yeah, the project that with the company I work for, the main project that I'm assigned with, it's still going to take another 4 years to complete it. Right now, the project started in January of last year, so we're a year into it. And all we've done is buried conduits 35 feet in the ground for a past mile, and we've still got one major intersection right next to a major hospital to do, so that we can get all the power lines off the poles and underground. And then we have to rebuild the whole intersection, build 2 roundabouts, 2 skyways and raise the road 3.5 feet from where it currently sits. They're spending right around $5 billion for this project.
That sounds insane.
The intersection, the main intersection by the hospital, it currently is a 2-lane road. We're making it a 4-lane road. The 2 outside lanes that, one going east, one going west, are going to go in tunnels under the intersection. The inside lanes will go up to the red light towards the hospital. The crosswalks or the skyways are going over the intersection so that pedestrian traffic is not on this road. Yeah. And the amount of money is just disturbing, the amount of money. So right now, over Thanksgiving, I got called in on Black Friday, the Friday after Thanksgiving. They said, hey, we need you out here for snow removal because the state can't get the snow plows in through the construction zone because the plows are too big. And the plow would stick halfway into the oncoming traffic and, cause head-on collisions with a giant piece of steel. So they paid us double time to go out there for the weekend, and to have 5 of us out there just to clear snow from that work site for that 1-mile stretch of road cost the state $57,000 for the 4 days to have those 5 guys there.
Wow.
That was not budgeted in for this project.
That sounds like they overpaid.
Oh no, they underbid. This thing should have been a lot more money. We still got 4 more years to go for this project.
It sounds weird. Okay, I converted the numbers to USD. So everyone I talk with says it's gonna cost 276,000. Like that
That's
sounds like a
cheap.
reasonable. Still, it sounds like a reasonable amount for just ripping off a roof and building an extra room. Not
That
even
sounds
making
cheap.
a roof.
You couldn't do that here. No way. That's cheap.
Fair. They are spending 2.7 million instead.
That sounds more reasonable for at least where I'm at.
So just building an extra floor, just like a tiny floor, like the size of an American house.
You're talking about on a home?
Yeah, just an American home.
Oh, okay. I thought you said it was a movie theater.
Yeah, a small town movie theater, about the same size as a generic American family house.
I can see that running about $250,000 to $500,000 for like my house, but
Maybe thinking about Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
my house in California would be just the size of my house would probably be, let's see, my house for the state I'm in right now, this house is $700,000. In California, this same house would probably be somewhere in the ballpark of 15 to 20 million. That's the price differential from where I live versus freaking California. That's why I left that fucking state.
Come to Finland, I'll sell you a swamp.
A
Actually, part of my
generic
property- Swamp.
a generic family house, 120 square meters in Denmark usually costs to build 3 million DKK, which is about 400,000 American. Like that is
Okay.
like modern high-end standard. That is
Okay.
also the average price, around the average price, little above the average price of a used home that's like 100 and 150 years old. So it doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, you could build a new house for cheaper than you could buy it.
And how much is a draft beer in Norway? Just so they get an example of comparison.
What did you
Sorry.
say?
Sorry, in Denmark, how much is a draft beer in a pub?
50 DKK, I believe. 50 or 70 DKKs.
Well, I know my local.
Between 7 and 10 American dollars.
That's a little more than what I pay. We probably pay maybe for, you know, an IPA or something like that. You're probably looking about $10. If you're looking for just a regular, you know, tap beer, you're probably looking at maybe $3.
Yeah, this
That's
is
what I
the
meant by a
generic.
draft.
Like, this is just a 2-bore or Carlsberg.
Yeah.
At a bar. Like, this is insanely expensive at a bar.
You
Yeah, I
see,
don't-
because
I don't.
the Norwegians are all rich from all the oil, you see, and they pay the unemployed people a lot of money. But we're not going to get into that conversation.
Yeah.
Cost of
I don't
living
go to
in
bars.
the world's
Houses
very
and all.
expensive, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I have probably 6 or 7 gallons of rum, just rum, in my house, so I don't even go to bars.
Oh, I'm going.
Yeah, I
to go
just
to-
don't like people.
We will have a shot stream at Gators for a dad stream.
I don't go to bars because when I drink, I might, when you guys see me on live stream saying I'm getting, you know, pouring me a rum and coke, I might have maybe 2, 3. That's it. Because I know when I drink too much, I get violent. And my wife and I have been together 27 years, and she's never seen me drunk, and she never will. I go to a bar, I know I'm going to end up coming out of there drunk off my ass and probably arrested.
Yeah, I don't drink at all because this is a depressing thought, but like when I lived at a government-sponsored childcare facility, they abused me physically and mentally, and basically said that in the future I'm gonna be a violent, dangerous menace to society who is gonna rape everybody and just be overall a nuisance to society. So when I drink, I basically become that. So I don't want to drink because my brain just goes, I'm gonna show them they're right because.
Oh,
No.
I just fall asleep.
When
That's
I was
only
in
if
the
I'm
mili-
with people.
I was in the military. They pretty much trained me to be a professional alcoholic, so I was constantly getting in fights when I was in the military. And when I got out, you know, and kind of sobered up, I was like, okay, I can drink, but I have to keep it in moderation so I don't get beyond that point. So, like I said, my wife's never seen me drunk, and I've seen her drunk so many times I can't count. But I've learned what my threshold is of I'm in control. If I stay under, 3 drinks, I'm good. Anything after that, no promises.
And that is why you guys should lower the legal drinking age.
I don't think that would be a wise idea.
In Denmark, the legal drinking age is 16. Just have to remember, because there's 2 things that happens. You're allowed to have sex when you're 15, and you're allowed to drink when you're 16. So just have
So I
to
would've
move it
broke
around
laws in
my
your
head.
country.
What?
I would have already broke several laws in your country.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I was 11 when I had sex. So, yeah,
Oh god. I was 23.
All right.
Oh no.
So,
Yeah.
That is
See, look,
looking good.
he's either cleaning his paintbrush or he's setting up his next drink. Oh, he's cleaning his paintbrush.
I don't know. On my screen, he's still painting.
yeah, in I don't drink anymore. I haven't. I've been sober for 13 years in November this year.
Well done.
Yes.
I've been sober
Well done.
New Year's Eve.
Excellent.
And Steve, I only had, I think it was 2 beers. Literally like the bottled beers, which are, 33 CL. So, yeah, I decided at least for the first 3 months of this year of no drinking totally, and then reduce it down even after that, as in maybe I'll have a social beer, but I have no plan on drinking like I drink when I'm in England. So that I'm back in England in 6 weeks' time, I think, or 7, and then I'll be doing my dad's sober because of taking him to hospital or picking him up from hospital because he's been that bad.
I think I stopped drinking when I was 21 after a fight with my brother. Since then, I haven't
looking good,
been
Jack.
drinking.
Dad. Sorry, I'm talking over you, James. He was just showing it on YouTube. He was showing his painting again.
Oh yeah, it looks great.
Oh, thank you.
But yeah, 21 after a fight with my brother, I decided to stop drinking completely. Since then, I think it was like 2 years ago, I decided to have a Christmas root beer because it's tradition in my country and it just like reminds me of childhood. I found out that even though it has barely any alcohol in it, I still get like, not drunk, but like, I can feel it. So now I'm not even allowed to have those, which is really an issue because every year I walk past them and just go, no, get.
They don't do an alcohol-free glug, or I don't know what they have there. I know it's similar to most of the Nordics.
Yeah, we do have Gluck. I do believe you can get it alcohol-free.
I mean, in Finland, you get it alcohol-free and then you add the alcohol. So I usually have the alcohol-free at the moment, or that's what I'll be having when I go back. I'm also going to have the Christmas ham when I get back as well. 6 kilos.
Just how
When
you
it
hold
comes
up
to
the,
Gluck, I don't like to drink it. I just like the chewing.
Hey, Dad, I saw you just showed the painting. I got a question about it.
Yeah.
Where your knotwork overlaps, are you going to do any kind of like antiquing or separation of where the knotwork goes over under?
Yeah.
Because it looked like it was all white.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about doing. I'm gonna it'll probably be tomorrow before I can do that though. But once it, I'll let it all dry overnight tonight, and then I'll put another coat of resist over the paint before I do the antiquing, and then let that dry for a couple hours. And then I'll do the antique, and then I'll put another coat of resist over the top of that.
Okay.
Making it to last.
The problem with antique is that it will discolor the paint if there's no resist between the antique and the paint.
And even if there's resist, it's gonna discolor absolutely everything. Just slightly.
It could, yeah. It will do less discoloring if you have a good solid resist on there, but still going to be a little bit.
And was it Magnus does a 50-50 mix with his resist and airbrushes? Do you just go in with a sponge and bathe the thing, or do you do like an air spray?
I just use a piece of sheep's wool and just smear it on. It seems to work well. I actually have an airbrush that I was using for a while, and then I made the mistake of leaving the Resinline in the airbrush like for 25 minutes.
Yeah, that's gonna do it.
And now it's just a brick.
Yep. I just use disposable rags. Like that works fine for me. It's the same I use in my coffee business. I cut them into quarters, and then I just use that. It's great. It's cheap, and I don't have to wash anything.
Yeah. Yep, that's
Yeah, I use an airbrush, and I think it's mixed 25%, 75%, whether I'm using the Rosaline or if I'm using the EcoFlow Super Shine, depending on what I'm making. It depends what I'm using, but it's like I said, 25% water, 75% of the finish.
Mm-hmm.
Pro tip. If you ever want something to be soft when you're using soft leather, don't put the EcoFlow satin sheen finish on anything, because it's gonna harden. I learned that after varnishing like 30 keychains. That was not fun.
I don't think I have any satin. I have the neutral or the super sheen, and the only thing I have of the EcoFlow is the super sheen. Otherwise, it's all Rosaline Feeblings.
I think I prefer satin. I haven't tried anything else, but like I don't want it shiny. I never want any of it shiny. And neutral might be a bit too bland, I think.
I'm going to guess it's going to be depending what kind of leather you put it onto it at the end of the day, isn't it? Whether you're using like a natural veg tan and you want to keep it like a matte colour, or whether you're using something that's really vibrant that you want to make really vibrant.
I'm way too poor to use anything but natural veg tan.
Yeah, my armor, the whole thing is done in machine, so because I went full tilt diva on the thing, I want it to be, hey, look at me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and there's yeah, as far as the finishes go, one that I'm really liking right now is Neat Lack. I use that on my wife's backpack that I made for her for her anniversary, and it does a really nice job. So we had I've got this chrome tan that's like a, what do they call it? It's a drum dyed, I guess. I don't know if there's anything special about that other than they just called it drum dyed. But anyway, the powder, the ink powder, like sits on the surface, kind of like after you dye, a piece of edge tan. And so you have to like buff it off, but it's like they used just the regular Feebings dye, because it just, like, the more you buff it, the more dye seems to come off. So you have to like buff it really, really hard for a couple of minutes, and then you use Neat Lack over it and give it 2 to 3 coats, and it seals it right up. It's got neat's foot oil in it, so it keeps it nice and soft, so it doesn't get like real stiff. But it's got kind of a shiny, kind of a glossy finish to it. So I don't care for the glossy finish as much. It looks good on the backpack, but most of the stuff that I make, I like to have a satin or a matte finish.
Agreed. I wish I had been able to afford getting into leatherworking in my teenage years. Just imagine how much money I could have made on lighter sheaths.
Oh my goodness.
No one smokes anymore.
Have you ever? Is snooze a big thing where you are?
Not really. Some people go with the little white bags.
I was going to say that they're all like a universal puck shape, and I mean, I'm thinking about making them out of leather with like a basic finger slot at the bottom, so you can pop it out your belt holder.
I would, but I don't agree with the product. It honestly gotten so bad that when I went to the dentist, without getting prompted, she complimented me for not using it because your gums look fine.
Mhm.
It's just like, who the hell do you think I am? It's just weird to just say to someone, especially with your finger in their mouth.
She just said that so you didn't bite a finger. Stop looking at his tokenol, James. Stop looking at his tokenol.
You want this, don't you?
I already have that. I actually have the brown one, I think.
Yeah, but you know how hard it is to get, and you know, Dad, he sneezes, and there's another tokenol.
Fair. What is my tokenol?
I need my tokenol.
Honestly, where the fuck did I put it? Oh, I think it's in the box. I just completely refurnished my entire place.
He's
Moved
got a
everything
special
around.
tokenol. I'm getting concerned.
There's a. So I bought this tokenol. I bought when I was at Gen Con the first year, a couple of years ago, and they actually have a leather shop right downtown, and I happened to be walking around down there, and I saw the shop, and I thought, wow, that's pretty cool. And it's like this really old. I think it's the oldest leather shop in Indiana. The oldest continuously operating. Like, you walk in there and it's like, wow, yeah, this has been around since probably the early 1800s at least. So it's a cool little shop.
Yeah, but where I live in Finland, there's no shops like that. I have to do everything by buying online and hoping for the best. That's why I'm not a big fan of the Witter products, the Ivan Leathercraft products. Most of them have been okay so far. But yeah, I love being in England where I can actually go into a place where they sell the leather, and you can actually get to see everything and pick up tools and think, right, I know what tool that is. I know what manufacturer number that is. Now I can go and price check that, or wait for it on Black Friday, or wait for it to come up on a website on a sale.
I just hate that my leather supplier moved. Because before I could take the train, be there in like 30 minutes, and now I have to take 2 buses. Being in a train with a bunch of leather things, that's fine. Taking 2 buses with a bunch of leather things, fuck no. I'm gonna order it online from now on. Which is bad because I know the cashier. So I don't see him anymore.
Tomorrow my leather is going in a taxi, on a train, on a tube train, on an aeroplane, in my car, then into my little workshop.
I'm just gonna retire at that point.
Yeah,
And
I have 2 leathers near me, and I'm like in between 2 of them. So I either have to drive to Cleveland which is about an hour and 45-minute drive for me, or I drive south of Pittsburgh, and that's almost 2-hour drive for me. So, yeah, I don't know anywhere near close to a Tandy, and those are the only real leather shops around me.
Yeah, but I mean, that what I'm saying is I don't know. I think it's about a 3-hour car drive maybe to one place where they do actually have a shop if it's open, because they not selling much, so they open on certain days between certain times. It's like a part-time business, so it'd be hit and miss. Even if I got there, and they wouldn't have the stocks of leather like they do here while I'm over in England. So it's, as I said, it's just nice to actually go and see the product, so that even when if you was to order it online, at least you'd know how it looks or the color of the stuff, and you're like, all right, that's the stuff I want for this project or that project, or that's how pull up leather reacts when you touch it. Do you know what I mean? Before it's been through the post to get to you.
Oh yeah, like I make a lot less things because every time you go into a leather supply store, you just get inspired. Even though they don't really have anything pre-made, it's just like seeing all the tools and the knickknacks. You just go, oh, I need that, and I'm gonna make this.
Yeah, I'd be very guilty.
Sorry.
I'd be very guilty of that same thing. I go into a Tandy leather, it's like, ooh, I can mix this out of this leather. Ooh, that would be great for making a shield. Ooh, this would be great for a handbag. Ooh, and my wife's going, your wallet's not that big.
Now, see, I'm exactly the same way. And we have a Tandy about 45 minutes from my house. And the last time I went up there, I took my wife with me. And that way there was no excuse for her to be giving me the stink eye, because she was there, and a bunch of the stuff that I bought was for her.
The age-old trick.
I just also happened to use some of it for other things, but
Dad, don't show them your offcuts bin underneath the table. Just don't show them.
I just threw all mine out. After 3 years of leathercraft, 3 or 4 years of leathercraft.
You threw it
a bunch of scraps that I couldn't use it for anything. It was all unusable.
You put it in a plastic bag and then you sell it. That's what you do.
It was way too little and way too small of cut.
It's never too little. Someone will buy it.
Probably. I know of 2 leather supply stores in Denmark. One of them is called Læderiet, which translates to the Leather Kingdom. The other one is called Skinhuset.
I thought it was Skindhuset. Yeah, I pronounce it the Swedish way. It was Skindhuset, is it, or something?
They don't ever translate it into English. The Skin House.
That's one of the companies I always look at for the prices of products because of being in Finland. But when I do the exchange rate, I'm like, geez, no.
Remember that in Denmark we have 25% sales tax on everything.
That's because you're so rich from oil.
Nope. It's because the government has been taxing us for a long time when they told us they wouldn't. And it was just temporary. We also pay 8% in Arbejdsmarkedsbidrag, the workforce contribution fund. 8% of our taxes, on top of normal taxes, goes directly to the government to pay for unemployment. And we were told that it was only gonna last for like 15 years and then it was gonna get removed. That was in the 70s. Oh yeah, I also found out that, technically speaking, the Danish citizens only pay around, I believe it's like 30, no, less than 30. Like 15% of of Denmark's tax income is from the citizens, the rest is businesses. Which means we could eliminate tax in Denmark completely, and it wouldn't affect anything. Because that amount of money people could pay themselves for something.
Very
And in
nice.
the end, they would have more money.
All right. Well, I think I've reached the end of what I can actually accomplish for the next couple of hours anyway. I've got to wait for the... I just put the finish on the top flap. The paint I'm going to let dry overnight on the other piece. So tomorrow morning I'll do... well, later on tonight I'm going to put a... no, I've got the finish on there already. So later tonight I'll probably go ahead and start painting the ravens on the top flap, and then let that dry overnight. Tomorrow I will put a finish over both of those pieces, and then I'll put antique on both of them after a few hours, and then finish up with a final coat of finish tomorrow evening, and then Monday morning it'll be just sewing it up. So that's
Woohoo!
what's that?
Thanks for the stream.
Oh, yeah. Thanks for hanging out. I always have fun whenever you guys are here. So appreciate you being here and chatting and asking questions. And we'll see everybody again later on.
Take care, everyone. Bye bye.